Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of my YouTube series where I am continuing to develop for I Am Legion Reborn. My name is Jason, the creator of I Am Legion for Dying Light 1 and 2, and I'm going to go ahead and start developing for a hotfix. So I've been away for the last couple of weeks. I'm so sorry for everybody that has jumped on and tried to give feedback and posted, hoping to get immediate feedback, and I wasn't there. But I am back now, and I'm going to be continuing the development here over the next couple of weeks. I have a couple of exciting things that I'm going to be looking at for updates coming after some of the hot fixes, and I'll be happy to talk about those here in a little bit. But let me go ahead and get this set up for streaming to the Discord channel as well, and we can go ahead and start diving in. So let's go ahead and start streaming. Great. Okay. I hope everybody has been doing well and has been enjoying the game. I think some of the Dying Light community has kind of fallen off a little bit since the recent updates. It seems like they've kind of gotten quiet over the last couple of weeks as far as updates go. So we'll have to see what's coming. But I'm continuing to do my playthrough of the streamed version of my Let's Play Dying Light 2 with I Am Legion Reborn, and I'm going to continue to try to look for new features and for new mods to create to continue to support the game. So even if the the game developers don't continue to release updates over the next couple of weeks, I'm still actively working towards improving that. So I'm going to go ahead and get started here. So I've got a pretty good list that you guys have left while I was out. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull that up on my side and just kind of start tackling these one by one. If you guys have any questions or comments, feel free to leave them here on the YouTube channel. I do try to keep up with that as much as possible. I've been out, as I mentioned before, so I haven't been keeping up very well with the Nexus, and so I'm trying to get caught up and continue to move forward on some of those things. So just so you guys are aware, currently what I have in the pipeline is the hotfix for 1.0 or 1.0C. And then after the hotfix, I'm going to start looking at another physics update. So going in and trying to take all the latest updates they've done to the game. It's changed a lot since it first released. They've gotten better on some things, but then certain things with the physics still don't seem to be working correctly with my mod anymore. So I'll be doing updates to that. So there'll be a physics update coming, a configuration update. So I was trying to get in a configuration update before. So I'm married. So I got married. I went on my honeymoon and made it back. And so now I'm back. And so I have a configuration update coming here. And so that will include a lot of the things in that configuration file that you guys have been using for the last couple of months. But I'm going to try to overhaul that to where it's more based around difficulty and that kind of thing, and try to improve that. So that'll be coming. And then finally, the Nexus page overhaul. I'm going to try to go on there and finally correct a lot of the issues with the Nexus page, kind of clean that up so people are able to understand what the mod does and have a better understanding of some of the things, summarizing some of the updates and changes and that kind of thing. So let's go ahead. Let me make sure I've got this in a way that I can see if anybody leaves any messages. And good to hear from you, Mohammed. Welcome to the stream on YouTube. It's good to have you back on here, and thank you. Back at it. So I'm going to be going through the list of fixes here. So let me go ahead and pull that back up. And the first one is the blue viral. So that one has been sitting there for a little while. So what this is this is where I have added something to one of the virals that is just not taking. And so this is fairly common when you add something to like the bones. So what I'm doing is I'm adding armor and other custom things to the zombies inside the world. And so what can happen is if they don't have the proper bone structure and that kind of thing, it can cause it. But it's also just sometimes syntax errors. And so I'm going to have to go through and try to figure out what was causing that one error. And so I'm going to take a look. But one of the things that I'll have to do Hey, Aftermen's on the YouTube stream. Thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. And so I'm going to try to find a save game here because I think the blue viral is showing up not at the end, not at the beginning, but somewhere right in the middle. And so that's one of the reasons I haven't seen the blue viral yet, is that he's showing up for people once they hit a certain level that's kind of in that sweet spot. So I'm going to try to see if I can find, because most of these save games that I've been using for testing are either at the end of the game or the beginning of the game. So I'm going to try to see if I can find something that is kind of there in the sweet spot. I did have a couple of people also send me some save games, and so potentially let me switch over to my messages really quick and see if anybody has a safe game I can use. Now, there's also potentially I might have to start the first part of this just by running around the city, and that's kind of what I was testing before. But let me think. I got a save game a while back that I could potentially use here. Let me bring this up really quick, and we'll go over to our save game and make sure we get this set up. So let's go through here, get Steam folder, user data, all the way down here. And I just started my new playthrough, so I want to make sure that my new playthrough is backed up here. And that's interesting that it actually a little nervous now. So let me just go ahead and do a backup here to make sure I hold on to that. I'm pretty sure I could leave that in the folder and it won't bother anything. And then let's grab this save, so replace, and we'll go ahead and load up. And basically what I want to try to do is see if I can get to a point where at least I see the blue virals, because I can't really fix that problem until I'm aware of where they're spawning. Or so basically I've edited, I think in total it's go here all together. I've got, and I guess that's a point, is that it could actually be a female viral as well. More unlikely, but so I've got 19 custom virals on there right now, and so the hard part is just trying to figure out which one of those is causing the issue. So let's go ahead and load that up. And then also, I guess I should hit continue. Let's see if this brings up my new save game, or if it brings up the modified game, if it's the other save. Yeah, I think this is actually mine. So let's hit quit. Let's see if we can find it. So, sorry for this first part. It's probably going to be the more boring part of the mod update, where I'm just basically going to go trial and error, try to find which viral is causing the issue. It's interesting. So let me also go here. So I just got a crash. Let's go here and see if we do E library force. And let's go ahead and copy in this latest version. And let's try that again. Not sure what happened there. Based on what I was seeing since I got back, I don't really think they've done an update in a little bit, so not too worried that it was a crash due to an update, but I could also check the log, see if that was an error. And we'll go ahead and bring the log up. So for anybody that is not aware of how to bring up those logs, I'll go ahead and move this over. So if we go to Documents, Dying Light 2, Out, Logs, and just sort by Modified, and I guess it probably would have been this 50. And then you can just type in like error. That's interesting. So it did find line 49. So we'll come back to that and try to see why that error would have occurred. So I'm using the Ultimate Survivor version of the mod right now. And basically I think to save time, based on what everybody's been saying, I think this is going to be due to, or I think everybody has kind of reported that they're seeing them in Old Villador. So let's go ahead and fast travel here. I think some people reported kind of over in this area, so let's just go ahead and the nice thing about the blue virals is that if there is a blue viral, it will show up through everything. So you'll see it through like the walls and all the different areas. So that might make this a little bit easier to spot as we move around here. And there's still that audio bug, which has been really interesting, which basically plays my character's voice when an NPC is attacked by a specific type of zombie. And I'm really not sure if that's because it's just for testing that they set that up with a voice and they never properly went in there and replaced that. Zombie. I didn't even see them coming here. Also, another one that people mentioned was the Firecracker causing them to always go after the player. So I guess we'll go ahead and bring that one up, and we'll also see if we can test for that one as well. Doesn't look like they have any Firecrackers. Let's see if I can craft one. It's always the fun part about playing with somebody else's game is that you have no idea what they have or with their save game, and not really sure. We don't have fire. Interesting that they have all these. I'll have to double check that just to make sure that we don't have a bug there with the Firecrackers. Blue. Okay, so I see some virals, I see some banshees, howlers. It might actually be. So, from all the testing, for anybody that doesn't know, this is actually a safe zone because they didn't calculate dynamic pathing for these crosswalks. So, if you want to ruin your game experience, all you have to do is stand here and beat the whole system. He's trying. And this is one of my new female virals, the jean jacket. Some more. I should try to update them to where they're in some place that they can't get to. I might be able to update it to Howlers. Do something more. Just because that becomes pretty easy. So, charger. We got one. You basically just have to kill off the ones that to keep getting these units. It really just does break the whole silver stand right here. Still no blue virus though. I'm really not sure what this one. I might have to go back on this one when I test this on another save game where they're saying it. I swear to God, I'm seeing it on this. I was testing it this way. Last time before I took my trip. Still couldn't find it. Because, I mean, as you go on, you'll get everything set. Chase, I should see like Actually kind of interesting that special infected didn't show up there. Maybe I turn those levels down too low. Let's see. We respawn at dawn. Maybe potentially it's one that only shows up during the daytime for whatever reason.
Who would have thought he'd be capable of killing a PK commander?
Standard zombies. This way maybe. See one there. Yeah, it must be a very specific part of the game where these guys are coming out. So
going up? Whatever that is, it ain't right.
It's been a little bit. I did try it the other day where I went to the highest level and tested that and still didn't see the blue. So maybe I can try that one more time. But what I might try to do is I might try to switch over to development of other pixels and just test the PC and see if I can see if I can spot them. I did get a few people report that they have bandit groups of 15 to 20 bandits coming up and attacking them. I was actually pretty happy about that because that means that the noise system is actually breaking it down and reinforcements are properly coming up and stacking. So you can see there's a very large group of survivors all climbing moving to the top of the environment. Yeah, it does look like some of those weapons are not designed to actually work with these guys for one reason. They're just kind of clearing the streets, hanging out on a bus. It's good stuff. Hey Lasha, assuming you're still in here, the Banshees should be coming in during the day. It's set to a lower percentage. When I've played around with it a little bit, they have some very weird calculations on here to where, based on your density that you're setting on the game, or through the config, you can end up with like tons of Banshees throughout the game if you don't balance it correctly. So it is currently set up to where you will have Banshees during the day, but I believe in this area, I've got them less likely in the first area, and then as you head over towards the city area, you should start to have more. So that, the hydrant thing is a vanilla bug. What I need to do is as you can see, it doesn't actually knock any of them down. It only knocks the player down. That's because it was so obnoxious that the hydrant was knocking people up into the air and stuff like that. I would turn that off. And so what I need to do is also turn it off for the player so that the player is also no longer blasting into the air when that happens. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up my next bug list, or the next one of my bugs and start moving towards that and see if we can hopefully find the blue zombie as we play. Let me actually pull up the Discord where a couple people have reported sightings, and it could be based on a specific area, but I'm really not sure. Spawns in fog area. So one person reported that they were in the fog area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, let's see if we go back on this. I think this is my one. So basically what I've done is I've got a couple of different save games that I kind of have sitting around here that I occasionally just switch between the between the different saves. So let me go here and say, and it might not hurt to actually go get an updated save. I'm not sure if any of these are, I mean, here's one from June, so maybe that's not a bad idea. We just go in here and say endorsements, and they do have some that have come out later. And so what I'm going to try to do is I'll actually download one of these that completed, full recovery. I think this is probably the one that I've been using. And is that updated? Nah. So let's see. Search for that really quick. Say story completed. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to save, drag this in, and this way we can try it out with this newer one, or not with the newer one, but one that's further along in the game. And let me pull up my next bug and see if we can get that going, and so that way we can kill two birds with one stone here. So the next one is a human timing attack. So people mentioned that when they had larger groups, that sometimes they would like wait, so they'd form up into the circle and they just kind of stare at you and they wouldn't attack. Let me see. I think I've seen stuff like that before, for sure. The timing system for the attack system for the default game is terrible in my opinion, but let's see if we can get that one. So balancing for the night spawns for Howlers and Volatiles. People mentioned that they felt that there were too many Howlers and Volatiles in the game. Balance for the vanilla game loot, more interesting loot. Fix for the Firecrackers, giving away the player position to the Volatiles. Maybe that'll be my next one. So that's actually, I think I'll do that one. So let's launch in with the latest, or with a much further version of the, or not version, but later save game. Play game. And I guess it's this one. Okay, so what we'll look for here is if Lasha's still on the line, we'll see if we can find some Banshees out in the wild here. And then let's see if we can get Firecrackers going here. We've got some decoys, probably need to switch to night. Looks like that chrome effect is still kind of there. I thought I got that. With the weather here, it's not that bad. It's definitely noticeable there. I don't hate it, but I can see why that would be kind of obnoxious. Okay, so the fog area, let's find out where that is, and actually let's just head over towards the fog and see if we can spot anything in some fog. The decoy one should be pretty straightforward. Basically what I did is I went through on the noise system and just made it more likely that it caused attraction with the noise system. And so more than likely what's happening is I made it way too sensitive for volatiles. So the volatiles are actually noticing that really easily. So let's see if that... Okay. Fog. So kind of the idea behind this fog area is that it's essentially night inside of here. You're actually supposed to be able to do this. I feel like this is cheating almost. Hey, Fighter, how's it going? Essentially what I did was, I gave them the ability to climb. They are using the viral animations and movement. It's kind of a long story, but the reasoning behind this is that the developers have made it not possible to add climbing abilities and that kind of thing to the AI that are already present in the game, and they've also locked down things to where I can't create new AI. And so basically it's a lesser of evils kind of thing. So the only creatures in the game that can climb are the zombies, humans, which I guess that I could use human. I haven't tried that. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could try to use the human logic. So the only ones I have available are the volatiles, banshees, humans, volatiles, and virals. And basically the issue became that because of that, those are the only ones that can't climb. I basically have to use one of those to get them climbing. I tried using the banshees, and they're a little weird. They're supposed to be smaller, and so they're not supposed to be able to, like, they definitely don't work well with larger ones. And so banshees was a no-go. I tried doing the volatiles. They didn't quite respond the way I wanted them to, and they still don't really with the infected. But basically, for those large creatures, them kind of moving and shaking, I really hate the walk that the infected have. But they've got the animation and all that stuff kind of. It's not protected. It's just very difficult to work with. And so because of that, I kind of had to pick one of those. The goons, see here while we're talking about it. The goons, chargers, all them, they don't actually climb. And so I've left all of them alone to where they do stay on the ground. But for these guys, I wanted to try to see if there's any way I could mix the rest of their logic where they still maintain their demolisher movement, but then they also climb. And so that's where I was able to move like the so that's the longest answer ever for that short question, but yes, they are using the viral movement only, so nothing else, simply to allow them to climb and get around without being stuck on the ground. That being said, I might actually look into human to see if I can use the human locomotion instead of viral, because I'm not a huge fan of their movement right now with the shaking and all of that. But that being said, I'm actually not a huge fan of that for the virals either. I haven't been like super convinced with that one. So I don't see any blue virals anywhere. Okay, so let's try the Firecrackers. So the other one was that the Volatiles, when they hear Firecrackers, immediately spot.
That won't go unanswered.
Firecrackers out. Really bring them in. To your updated question, so Effort Fighter asks on the YouTube stream, basically, is the game modder friendly? The game is not really designed to be for modders. The developers have claimed before that they like modders or that they support modders, but that's usually using their tools, so not modifying their game necessarily, but using the tools that they have created previously to create content for the game. So yes, I would say that the game is not really modder friendly as much as it's modding capable. But what you can actually pull off of the game is very limited. It's one of the reasons that this mod went over 3 months, is trying to determine what all could be done with the mods, and then trying to make sure that it all matches writing new AI behaviors and stuff. It's very temperamental, takes a lot of time. It would definitely be a lot faster if those tools were available, but sadly they're not. So it kind of comes down to what you're trying to pull off. So, still no blue viral, which is interesting. I just assumed with the amount of people citing it that this would be easier. But that being said, it has been a little while since I've actually received anybody talking about the blue virals, so maybe not as big a problem as it used to be. Absolutely. Thanks for letting me know. Quick. Thanks for the shout out about the mic. Drop that mic audio down a little bit. I think that was probably on my playthrough session I had. That's that audio glitch, so there's human AI getting attacked somewhere. There he is. And I think it's mainly the PK. So I think it's some attack is happening to the PK that they decided to do. It's playing on Aiden's voice for whatever reason, or from their source for whatever reason. It does look like the volatile spit is working correctly. Okay, so let's keep rolling through here. You did? Oh, Lasha has noticed one. I still haven't seen one. Okay, well, I will keep looking then. I must have missed it. Okay, well, I'm going to keep searching in the fog then, because if you saw one, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's that's an interesting glitch. I never expected that one to be a bug. Potentially there may be some of that code exposed somewhere where I can try to find where they're playing it to Aiden's audio source, but that's a tricky one. Again, I really hate to say it, it does feel like the only reason that is in the game is because people, or the developers, didn't design the game to where they were ever worried that the PK would be fighting volatiles. Which is, you know, it sucks. looks like I need to also increase the damage of the spit for the volatiles. I just noticed that it's hitting me, but it's not doing any damage. That's interesting. Wonder if it interrupts. Does it interrupt the jumping? So there's no way to really know. So I start jumping around building the building here. Alright, well, just keep flying around until I see one. The problem with that, for the testing here, is that unless I can find a specific area, I won't know if I fixed it or not. It'll just be a matter of if I ever see one again, kind of thing. Also, let me go back up. Okay, so we are also testing if the firecrackers always let the volatiles know where I'm at. That didn't work, obviously. And for that one, I'll probably switch over to night, so it's a little bit easier to confirm with those virals, or with volatiles. Well, I'll put it this way. Based on that, they just don't get distracted by it. And he just got distracted by him. So, for Effort Fighter's comment, so he basically asked if there's a way to add kind of like a priority system in here. Oh, yes! There we go. Okay. I'm inside here. So what I'll do is, let's just crash. That was perfect if we can get that to happen again. So then let's go in here to models. And I think based on what I was seeing last time, I think it's actually one of these level 2 virals. Let's pull them out really quick. Again. So the Effort Fighter asked, have you ever thought about adding a sort of priority system where the humans go after the bigger enemies instead of you? And then if there's a Demolisher or Goon realm, they focus on the Demolisher or the Goon more than they focus on the player. So currently that system is in there a little bit. So basically the default game, they have a priority system that hyper focuses the player to where they will always go after the player because they're not meant to encounter things like goons and demolishers and that kind of thing in the game. Most of that stuff is scripted. And so because of that, you would get these situations where they just wouldn't prioritize the other enemies at all. It was like they didn't even see them. What I've done is I've tried to work to turn all of those systems off to where that now they should prioritize the player. And so, or they should not prioritize the player over anyone else. And so the hope is that this causes them to be more open to attacking other enemies as well. The challenge with that is that to some degree that is like hit or miss. So it's kind of it's still kind of shoddy. I've seen areas before where they definitely prioritize the player still. And then I've seen some areas where they don't prioritize the player at all. Instead, they go after the other enemies instead. The easiest way to see that this is working is that if you watch the zombies will sometimes now hear audio source, like an explosion, and sometimes they'll actually go after bandits instead of the explosion. So it's actually able to prioritize multiple things instead of just one singular thing. Based on what I'm seeing here, I would say the blue viral is gone, but it's kind of hard to know. Again, it's kind of based on if it's only if it's just not showing up kind of thing. So what we'll do is we'll crash it out again. We will go back to our game here. Models. And we'll throw in like the first 3. As far as effort to further answer your question, as far as like being able to write a new system that you can inject into the game, basically from what I've seen, there's some level of pre-compiled logic in the game to where when they have their editor, they basically create a build from their editor and it creates a list of all the known scripts. With like lower level systems, you can sometimes get away with like, I'll go write this script, but the problem becomes is like, how are you calling that script? How are you referencing that in the game? If you're writing a new script that it wasn't depending on before, it can become challenging because how does it know that that is even there? It's no longer being called, and so you can call that script from other scripts, but I found that it kind of, there can be challenges with that. And so as far as like writing new systems in here, the furthest I've gone is trying to write new behavior systems for the AI, but not necessarily writing new systems, rather writing the largest thing that I have is the config file, which is injecting logic into a system or into lots of systems, and so it is being called and referenced, and so that's probably as close as I've gotten so far to try to implement new systems like that. But definitely something that as I do my playthrough, I'm trying to identify areas that could benefit from a new system, so that I can go write those as necessary. So I'm trying to basically just identify where that need might be, or where you could benefit from a new system, because writing new systems into this game is probably going to be pretty difficult. Because it's not supported, it would really take some time and a lot of testing to pull off a new system or a new logic system in the game, or it would at least need to be well thought out before attempting. So I've tried to reach out to the Dying Light team. So I have actually quite the long past with Techland. So for my first game for Dying Light 1 way back, I actually ended up getting a lot of my work blocked for the first game due to whatever reason. And since then, I've tried to reach out a couple of times to ask direct questions, and basically the end answer is that they loosely support modding in the game, but they don't really want to talk to the modders about their concerns or problems with the game. So I basically haven't really gotten many responses or much success with that. Um, but I would actually love. But I think overall, I think one of the challenges with the whole modding thing is that the developers are trying to meet budget and deadline and follow what their hierarchy is saying needs to get done and prioritized. And so when it comes to free range modders able to go in there and influence or change their game, unless that is supporting an effort that they've publicly put out that they need help, which they would never do, it's kind of uh, obscuring their objectives. It's kind of moving counter to some of the things they might be trying to work towards. So, um, overall, I can see why the developers might not be entirely thrilled that there are modders for their game, kind of thing, or that modders are getting more traction than the vanilla game. Because I know for this one in particular, it's pretty easy to fall off this game after a while, based on what I've read. It's interesting working on the game and having so many people kind of go like, it's not very good, or I don't really like it anymore, and that kind of thing. And so it's one of those things where you're kind of fighting the clock of how long will people continue to play the game while updates are still coming out. Because you may even have a great idea for an update, but your work could actually all be ruined as soon as a new update comes out. So they could put out a new update and it actually kills your whole mod. So it's just one of those things of like, how much time do you have, kind of thing. So I think I've identified the blue zombie finally, and what I want to do here is go down and check. Yeah, I think it's right there. Yep. That is an example of how it will take sometimes an hour to find an issue. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate the support there, effort. It's always kind of been my goal to just make the game more interesting and more playable and have more longevity to it. And so I appreciate that. Because I personally love the first Dying Light game. The fact that that was a co-op game means everything. I mean, that game was a ton of fun. And so I do hope to bring some of that back to this game. I agree. It is a little bit of an offshoot from its original predecessor. Let's see if I got it. Let's see if let's see. So all that was just one little comma. I think that really was it, though. Well, actually, I do actually really like this area because this is great for zombie testing. I think there's a good mix of zombies in here. And I think this is my common, or this is one of my new zombies. I really like him. I just gotta fix his legs. Okay. So... Viral. Out. And then... zombies. See if I can go back to that area. Fix him as well. Seeing how I'm already here. It's going to be difficult though, because basically it's, you know, which one doesn't have pants? Or it would be one that, this might be easier to test here. So essentially, with the zombies, they have to have the concept of, I'm trying to remember, I've been gone for a minute, so they have to have their 1 and 2 and 3. 3 is their clothing, 4 is their gloves, 5 is their torso, 7 legs is their actual zombie legs, and then this is an additional. So essentially, I think what all I need to do is go in here to each one of these and go to number 9 and make sure that they have their zombie legs. I was hoping this would work. Everything else is additional, so as long as they have their legs, base A, base A, base A. Interesting. They all have it, so it's not that. Interesting, these don't have the tags. Potentially because they need the tags. See, tags bits, shadow maps 3, 15, 3, 3, 3. These have the tags. Go in here and we grab this guy. Place the ones that have, a couple of these have like a little custom lines in here. What if we just go in here and give them all the same thing to make sure it's not like a variant that's getting loaded in through that ID. That should show up like this. Interesting. Okay. And maybe we just try that out and see. I'm sure I just lost everybody by doing that. It's exciting stuff. Always sure to be a crowd pleaser for sure. So I'm gonna actually put those back. I appreciate that. Let's see. So after this, I'm gonna switch back to night, and let's see about those firecrackers. So next one is going to be firecrackers, giving away the position to the volatiles. We need to make sure that those are actually working with tiles. Fix for the broken configuration links. Awake virals in dark zones. So I need to find a large group of bandits and get circled up by them and make sure that the attack system is working correctly. I need to look into spawn numbers for Howlers and Volatiles. That one's be more interesting. Stamina options. Let's see here. Spot with a zombie friend. Where you at, Mr. No Leg? Everybody's there. They really don't know how to run across that ground area. So with the Suiciders, or Bombers rather, it is still kind of up in the air to what I should do with them. I've been looking into like what they could be. I tried to modify kind of some of their behavior code, and that ended up causing some issues. So I need to learn a little bit more about what their purpose is with all of their scripted interactions, so that I can figure out, because basically, yes, I want to update them, but I also don't want to break the game. And so I have to look into it a little bit more to figure out how to change them. So I think I can go ahead and bite the bullet here. I'm pretty sure with the bombers, I tried to make them more intense rather than more annoying. So I'm pretty sure that they run a little bit faster, and I changed their detection and their normal sensor stuff. But I think for the most part, they're pretty close to vanilla until I figure out how to make that change without it being game breaking. Okay. Put the exit here. Might be faster to just die. So for for bringing in content from Dying Light 1 and trying to pair it up, yes, but also it's kind of first trying to look at, so 1.0 was really about what change can I bring to the game that utilizes the game that's really built using their new engine. And then where I'm trying to go from here, so I don't know if you're newer to the channel or not, but so I actually have not played the game all the way through. The goal there was to try to identify issues with the game early on, so that I could try to find ways to improve the game, and then actually play it all the way through. So I'm actually pretty excited that I'm actually going to play the game all the way through now that 1.0 is released. And so as I play the game through, then I get another chance to start identifying how to change the game for the better, and in ways that their AI and stuff like that could be enhanced. But kind of the hope is that I can at least improve the core systems first, and then start to build special, really interesting AI and special interactions once I was more familiar with the actual games, or the newer games, logic and narrative and that kind of thing. So as it stands right now, I haven't actually progressed to this point in the game outside of Old Villador. So I'm still playing the game through on my latest version now, and so I should have some pretty fun updates now that I've done that here soon. But it was pretty much like for 3.5 months after the game's release, from the second day of the game's release, I started on the mod and pretty much kept working on the mod for 3.5 months to try to get all of those systems working correctly. And now that I've done that, for the most part, I'm going to start to try to see where we can go from there. Ooh, do they hear me or they see him? They probably saw him. Okay, so what I'm testing here is do the firecrackers immediately give away my position? Got some volatiles or some virals running around here. Calms down a little bit. Get away my position somehow. So virals are able to see me pretty well still. zombies still haven't hurt me up here, so let's try this one. So let's kill these guys off. They're down there attacking somebody. Just gonna do a firecracker, and then I'll read your comment here in a second. Firecrackers go up. Everybody starts looking. Head that way. Moving. Get that forward. You could potentially set that up. Kind of how they have the gas tanks set up right now is that they're using mounted. He certainly did come towards me, but I don't know if it's because he was already heading towards me or if it's because I threw that firecracker. He knew I was up there for sure. So they're currently using mounted gas tanks, like actual explosive gas tanks, and they're putting them on the zombies. So because of that, they're technically considered the same as like a normal gas tank. So as you see gas tanks in the world kind of thing, it's the same kind of concept. So for that, I don't know if you can cause something to explode that is attached like that. You're pretty much, you have to do a code call for a method that has to be already available kind of thing, because how else are you finding that child object and then causing it to explode? And so because of that, it would be an interesting one to see if I could do that. I will tell you this, everybody got so upset when they did the update that the gas tanks explode when you use electric weapons. That pretty much frustrated like half the game players. And so because there were more of them on the mod, people assumed that, you know, I was specifically doing that with the mod. And so with some of those things, I always wonder if it's going to cause people to get more frustrated than cause it to be interesting. Potentially, I think the bigger challenge there is first I'd have to see how that would be even possible, because I don't think that they have the concept of gas tanks just exploding arbitrarily, just going off. Usually they're on like a little timer, so you hit them, they count down, they blow up. And so because of that, I don't know if you could technically set things up to where shit. Certainly saw me. So technically I'd have to see what was available to even call to make that happen. To know, you know, how well you could write AI behavior to where something happened like that. You definitely know I'm up here. You talking about the goons in Dying Light 1, or are you talking about actual variants of the virals? Yeah, I think it could totally be fun to have a viral variant that's the big guy. I think I know where to do that. So I actually didn't get very far on the following. I actually fell off. Right around there is where some of my work was getting blocked. And so I kind of fell off the following after that point. I've heard in later years that people really like what it became, so I'm actually trying to set up when I go back to Dying Light 1, I'm trying to go back and account for that one more. Interesting. Definitely knew I was up here. I don't think it's so much that they are... I think it's more that they're being attracted to the noise. It's giving away based on potentially something else. So potentially it's not. So I guess the question is should I make it to where the decoys actually work on volatiles or not? Okay, so let's bring that code up really quick. Say noise data. Basically, it's causing biters to be force attracted. Problem with that is I'm not sure whether or not that's going to be something. Not sure whether or not that's actually going to break the storyline if I modify the. I've changed the range and stuff like that to make them more useful, but I'm a little nervous to change how they attract. Basically, I think what's happening is that the volatiles are set up in the mod to be the smartest out of all of them, to where they have the better, like they're like super hunters essentially. So I've set them up to where their field of view is wider and stuff like that, so that they can. The idea here is that they can smell you. So if they can smell you, and you're sitting up there on top of a rooftop and they're running across a rooftop, then technically they should find you. Um, the problem is how do you make them creepy? And I think people are saying that they use firecrackers to distract the guys on the ground, and that causes the viral or the volatiles to also notice them. And I think the bigger problem is that it just brings volatiles around at a heightened sense. So they're coming in at a higher level of like you're upsetting them, so they're coming in already alert, and then because they're coming in already alert, they see you. Um, and so essentially, I think what people would want for stealth reasons and that kind of thing is they come in at a lower level of height, at a less alert state, so that when they show up, they don't see you, so that they are actually distracted by the decoys, um, and not necessarily drawn to the player first. I guess the way that I could test that to see if this would actually work is to go in here and say like interest. So what actually has the volatiles? So there's my custom one. Previous line. Basically, we can just add this to each line. All the different upgrades. Technically, I don't think they have the ability to see the path or the arc that is being thrown from. I think it really is more that I've set them up to be if they are alerted and they're on high alert, their chance of seeing the player is inevitable. Because the idea is that if you're out in the world making noise and you do something to bring them down, you should start running. Because they're the super predators. So unless you can take them out and stop them from, getting you, then you should run. Pretty much always. And I was talking to someone the other day, they were talking about the difficulty of the humans. And pretty much my take on it is that the humans that are in the game are as threatening as the volatiles at low levels, because they're essentially the super predators of the city, because they're the survivors. They've been around the longest. They're obviously getting away with everything that they've done because they've lived that long. And so each one has different armaments. Each one has got different armor that makes them more deadly than anybody else, especially the survivors who have weak weapons and that kind of thing. So if you see a group of like renegades, technically a renegade should be considered similar to like a volatile, in the sense that if they spot you and you let them get close, then you probably are going to die at low levels for sure. So let's see here. We now have more we have these decoys. We throw those. Let's see, like, even this zombie has not taken the bait, if you will, and has come up here to attack me even while the decoy is going off. So they are still giving in to their attraction. See, there's a volatile. And he's being drawn to it. So let's see where the volatile is. finally heard me. Yeah, they did. Where is he? Yikes, 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 yikes. So surprise. These high levels, they have too much health. Scaling the game is very interesting, even with the mod. He's still attacking. Doesn't stop them necessarily from attacking, but does it cause them? Okay, so it did make one go after it though. Thought about changing the ultimate song to be more lore accurate, make it to where all the zombies are slower during the day, night. Have you tried the Survivor version effort? It's essentially oh shit. It's essentially the exact same, slightly, some things have been slightly toned down than Ultimate, but it's essentially as difficult as Ultimate. It's just the zombies are more lore friendly. So, okay. Yeah, with Ultimate's kind of meant for the people that are similar to myself, that it's the run, they're coming, run, you know, keep moving, don't stop, if you stop, you die, kind of mod. That's more aimed toward my playstyle. With the zombies slowly ramping up and moving, yes, I would love to write things to where they're more realistic. The problem is kind of what they allow you to modify on the developer side. Those tools don't really exist very well. But a large part of my time has been spent trying to create custom zombies and also modify the AI behavior to where it's similar to that, to where they become faster at night and that kind of thing. And it's just not as easy as that should be. But that has been the goal of both Dying Light 1 and 2, is that they not just be mindless runners that are, you know, running everywhere, but rather that they behave in a way that is similar to what you're describing. But it's just difficult to pull off with what they have available. I think it's probably just the best way to say it. Is it you're just I'm kind of limited in what I can actually pull off. But that being said, with more time, I could potentially find more ways to successfully do it. But it kind of comes down to time and being able to support all these custom AI behavior trees. Let's see. So, like, he saw me immediately because I hit him with a firecracker. So, he definitely saw me because of that. So I do like it. It's not forcing them always to go to the firecrackers, but I feel like it is accounting for them. But potentially it was already doing that. It should have already been doing that. So let's see if we throw another one out. Oh shit. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging in there and watching for as long as you have. It's been good talking with you. So I see one crawling right there. Yeah, they're just kind of looking around. I don't think it's an issue with the code. I don't think the code is giving away my position. I feel like if it were, they would be up here by now. Not just the volatiles. The amount I've got this many right here next to me, and they haven't found me yet, leads me to believe that the code is working properly. Because there's a volatile right there. Let's try one more. This will lead them towards me, and see, then he saw me. So it's just the heightened FOV. Because as soon as they turned around, here they all come. Yeah. So that's working as expected. See if I can get away with this. All with me. All right. So I will leave in that line that I just added that causes them to be better attracted to the firecrackers. I do think that's sometimes working, but I really do think that's an FOV issue. Configuration links, game physics. Let's look at the virals in the dark zones. So this was actually a thought I was having the other day, which actually going to try the human AI thing. Oh, with their locomotion. I really didn't think about it before of changing some of these guys. I mean, I think they're going to be really obvious because the human AI running is pretty bad. Let's just look at it really quick and see how bad this looks. So if we go here to our bandit, they have the male bandit. Let's see if we have any others. So if we go to AI, data presence, we have the human, which doesn't have one. Human default has the locomotion, male NPC generic. Then we have the different bandits that they have a couple of different ones, but they're all using the bandit file. Yeah. Here is one that is also using the bandit file. He's using PCK. Prototype A2HE. I didn't even know he existed. And yeah, I completely agree. The humans were pretty rough. That's one of the reasons I spent so much time working on the humans, is to see if I could make them look a little bit better. I like to think I was playing around with it the other day, and I had a couple of fights with the bandits that I was very happy over the original. It's still not. I don't know if I would consider it good, but it could be worse. I don't know if I've ever wanted to take that stance with anything I've ever worked on, but it could be worse. But yeah, so let's see if I switch over demolishers to human, and let's just see what happens here. Yeah, I've tried to reduce the voice lines to where they stop talking as much, but even then, it's still not quite. So then there is a locomotion for survivors. I didn't actually know that survivors had their own locomotion files, so noted. And then waltz. Interesting. And then we have our viral. Okay, we'll change him to human really quick. We'll just see what that gets us. And if it's really bad. And then I had this thought the other day where one of the things that I don't like about the one of the things I don't like about the zombies inside the dead zones and that kind of thing, or the dark zones, is that they sit. I don't actually like it when they just sit on the ground. And so I was trying to think the other day if I could actually make them do something similar to how they look in Legend, then then that would actually maybe a little bit more convincing than some of the ones I've seen. Hey, William Edwards, thanks for joining on the YouTube broadcast. So absolutely. So that's actually kind of that's kind of the whole point of doing the streams. So I have quite a few videos at this point where I'm trying to. I mean, essentially, I've got over 100 hours now, probably, of material showing how I'm doing certain things. And so that's kind of the hope, is that you guys can use those videos, and I try to put summaries of what I'm working on and that kind of thing at the start of each video. So the hope is that you can use those videos to kind of understand how I've done certain things in the mod. And I also have specific videos where I've created little captions and stuff like best tools for modders and stuff like that for Dying Light 2 that is designed to do just that. So actually, let me thank you for asking that. Let me actually grab a link to the very beginning one. So let's see if we go here to our library or your videos, and it was a while ago, so let me pull that up. So some of the things might be a little outdated in there, but the general concepts are all there. And here we go. Hey, no, I appreciate it. And again, thank you for asking. So I mean that's really why I'm trying to record all this and document kind of how I'm approaching this, is because I will eventually stop modding this game. I've been working on it for quite a while now, and so once I stop, I want people to continue to mod the game. I want people to continue to enjoy the game. And both of them, Dying Light 1 and 2, are great for their own reasons. And so I want other people to contribute and try to make mods and stuff like that will only make the game better. And so that is the hope for sure. So if you're interested, feel free to jump on the channel. I'll talk to you all day about different things that you're trying to do. If you want, you can jump on the Discord. I don't know if you're part of the Discord community, but people are actively asking questions there every day. if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on getting started or anything that you're interested in modding. So I look forward to hearing from you. Let's see. Underneath the, I have to, it's been a minute since I messed with the animations, so let me go and pull those up. So they're under characters. And usually with these games from Techland, the animations are like the most protected thing. Uh, so most of the time, it's difficult to to get the animation stuff to work correctly. It's where I've definitely struggled for a long time. So if you're interested in doing specific things with the animations, just know that it's all kind of up in the air to whether or not that can actually be done. I completely get that. So for your comment there, William, um, usually what I try to do is I watch the video long enough to figure out the thing that I was trying to figure out, and then yeah, usually I drop it after that. So I completely get what you mean there. But that's actually one of the benefits of. So I try to do all my sessions live, all my hot fixes and stuff like that. I usually am streaming out what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Sometimes I don't if it's more complicated, so that way I can focus, but most of the time I'm on here. So if you ever have any questions or want to know like specifics, I'd be happy to answer on the stream, and then also on the Discord. It's pretty easy to reach me on there, so I'd be happy to answer anything that you have questions about there. Go in here and say open folder, folder. Let's see if we can find the lay. Potentially, instead of changing this, I might actually be able to go into their behavior trees. If it's part of their behavior trees, then I can probably fix it. If it's not part of their behavior tree, then maybe not. Let's see. Start resting state is awake, rest. Phase low, idle. So I think it comes down to nervous, slightly nervous. That is a major undertaking there, William. It's an amazing game. Are you a modeler or an environmental designer, or are you trying to actually do narrative or driving? Or I'm assuming because it's Unreal Engine 5, I'm assuming you're leaning more towards the visuals. It's that is a massive undertaking. So potentially, what I could try to do here is I could try to take out their lowest rest state, um, which is idle, which based on what I'm saying here is the one that has them laying. What is the, maybe going into the virals and saying general resting state. They have the exact same behavior. Yeah, that is a massive undertaking. Let me keep me posted on that project. I mean, it sounds amazing. That is just you could probably take those hours and write your own game in the amount of time that it would take to get halfway through on that project. That's major, but a very cool idea. I think there. I've seen a couple of different groups that are trying to do things that are similar. So potentially you could go on Reddit and that kind of thing and join up with other people's efforts to do that. So you're not taking it on all by yourself. Game development is tedious work. It'll make your hair turn gray if you don't watch out. Let's see. So instead of removing their state, I don't think I want to remove their animations. If anything, I might try something like this, where I'll just play a different animation. So they go to do the laying, then they instead do the stands sniffing. Maybe that will, I don't know if this will actually work, but maybe we can try that. Just see. They've got these animation files in here called nervous. I'm really interested to know why the undead are nervous. They have the concept of very nervous. Very nervous. Technically, this is part of the resting phase. I get rid of that too, I guess. I'm not really sure why they're nervous. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure why blood-hungry zombies would be nervous. Thick. Slightly nervous. Just see if this does anything. I'm not really confident that it's going to actually work. But essentially what I was thinking about the other day is that, like, I just don't like their laying on the ground, sitting around on the ground kind of thing, it makes them much less creepy for sure. Because, you know, we kind of want to see them as a threat if they're literally laying on the ground. It is. So this is the different phases of them resting, and so I think what they've done is they've taken a animation that's saying like that they're nervous is actually where they're starting to like pay attention. So maybe they've taken a animation that was originally like a human animation where the human was nervous, and maybe they've modified that to fit their behavior um, for this. Because you know they wake up and they start doing this like shaky thing, and then they stand up and then they're awake. And so I'm wondering if it's just called, you know, nervous because they used another system. No, apparently this is the biters. So apparently the biters also go through a phase. Both the virals and the biters have a resting state, which says that they are nervous, which was what I was so interested in because I don't know why those would be ever considered nervous necessarily. So say and while we're at it, we'll move the virals over. Also look at theirs. Yeah, it's not a matter of me removing them as much as trying to see if I'm trying to see if I can get them to a point where they are instead doing a different behavior based on when they should be doing this. Because a lot of this is protected. I think I was mentioning that earlier, is that you can't actually change some of these things. So as far as like, I'm not trying to waste too much time on it until I understand if I can actually impact it a little bit. So these guys have the actual wake up phases, so they don't have the. So if anything, I could potentially do that, but you know, I also. It would be interesting to see if I could also affect their walking behavior. Not that a lot of the animations I don't really care for in this game, so I don't know that I really even have ones that I would want to swap them out with. So the virals are probably the least creepiest characters in the game, with their like shaking and spasms and all that. So if that did anything, let's make sure that that's in there. Yep, yep, yep. And then what was my note here? People were complaining that the virals were awake in the dark zones, making them difficult and hard to stealth. So they want everybody to be asleep. And then if I did that, I would probably want to redo the awaken system to where you could actually stealth through the environment. The problem is the density. The density is gonna make that harder. Thanks, William. It was nice talking with you. Thanks for stopping by, and look forward to talking to you here in the future. Good luck with your project. Effort, are you referring to the in the mod, or are you talking about in the default? So we need a good dark zone to go into. Default. I assumed that there was. They have all the code for them to be resting, so I actually assumed. And I guess technically I need to do this during the day. They have all the logic to enter into a sleepy state. I'm not sure why they're. It's been a while since I've looked at that. So potentially the virals are never asleep. And that is the actual issue that people are talking about, is that the virals are never asleep, but I'm spawning more virals inside of the dark zones, which would make that more difficult to sneak around for sure. Also, the comment never said whether or not they were doing this during the day or if they were doing this during the night. Because if it's technically during the day, it would probably be difficult to stealth in the day regardless. Obviously, my animation changes didn't work. It's a shame they don't know how to duck under things. Phew. Okay, so if the virals spawn inside the dark zones, then that is pretty much a guarantee that they... So you saw the one, he was actually what they call resting, so the guy that was standing there was actually resting. It's just the problem is they do this, like, they have this really weird, like, seizure actions.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Hypnotic, how's it going, man?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hey, how's it
I
going?
hear you. There we go. I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good, man. Trying to get in an update for some of the things people have been running into.
Yeah, I saw you were in here. I wanted to pop in and say thank you for making the mod, without which I would not be playing the game at all.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for sharing your guys' modification the other day.
Yeah, of course. Some friends of mine were having fun with it, so I was like, you know what? Maybe other people will enjoy it.
No, I appreciate that. The one thing that the game is definitely going to need as it continues on is more people trying to get co-op going, getting their own modifications in here, because basically people will just kind of slowly filter off if they don't actually enjoy the game anymore, and I get that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when there's not a lot of end-game content, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Pikmin works on that.
Well, I think they are. I think they're going to. I mean, I think from what I've seen, I think they were just trying to find the funding So I think the first initial release was just to find the funding to continue on development. So I'm sure they'll do something similar to what they did with the following and do like an overhaul.
That's good to hear. Because I don't know, the Dying Light satisfies a certain niche that's hard to. It's parkour and zombies. You know, it's hard to find.
Yeah, I think that I mean the first one was really good, but it took a long time to get there, and I think I fell off after I did the exact same mod for the first game, but it actually ended up a lot of the content ended up getting messed up after they released their overhaul. They kind of blocked some of the stuff, and then also it was just you could no longer access a lot of the files needed to do what I've done with the second game. So so that made it to where you pretty much couldn't modify certain elements of the game, and kind of lost its flavor for me after that.
Don't you love it when devs try to restrict modability?
Absolutely, man. And that one was really interesting because I actually, there for a while with Dying Light 1, it actually ended up getting, PC Gamer did like a little blurb about it or whatever, called it like Mod of the Week, and then that got, like overnight, it was something like 17,000 people jumped on the mod page, and that really took off. Everybody was excited about it, interested, and wanted to play co-op and stuff like that. And then it was like a less than a month later they released the overhaul, and it broke the mod. So then, you know, all those people were sitting there going like, we want to play, and I'm sitting there like, I do too. And so from that point on, it was pretty much just kind of like, well, next game, because I had several friends that we were playing the hell out of Dying Light 1 with co-op, and it was so much fun, man. I had like, these guys were, I don't know, did you ever play the mod for Dying Light 1 at any period?
No, I didn't. I was much younger then, wasn't too big into the modding scene quite yet.
I gotcha. Well, they added the code to where they essentially in the vanilla version had it to where you could add these modules of intelligence to the different AI very easily. It was just very hidden, and so once you found out how to do that, I had like all the zombies were like, you know, crawling around the city and searching for the players, and actually, you know, climbing up and being super creepy, just like the Volatiles, and they were much more intelligent than what they are even for the ultimate version. I mean, essentially they're runners in here, but these guys were very creepy. They would go across like half the map searching for the player and do the horde, you know, the horde clustering and all of that. And I had like only a couple of videos before they did the update, and then that got rid of it. But that was by far probably one of the creepiest and most difficult games that I had at the time, and I absolutely loved playing that game. And then the update came out, and it was like, and I spent like so many weekends trying to fix it, could never get it. And so I'm gonna try it again now that Dying Light 2 has its version that's pretty much done. Some minor things I'm trying to improve on it, but I'm gonna try to head back over to Dying Light 1 and fix that one up again.
Oh, that's nice. The type of guy that doesn't just give up on a big project.
Well, it's been about 7 years for that one, so if I can get it fixed and working, that would make my day.
I bet. And honestly, like I told you earlier, I honestly can't play the game, the second game, without your mod. I tried. No, couldn't do it. So
I
honestly,
appreciate that.
and I even see your mod as being more lore friendly than the actual base game.
Well, it's supposed to aim it towards Dying Light 1, and I think the only reason I was able to do that without actually, so I don't know if you're aware, but I haven't actually played Dying Light 2 past Old Villador, so I actually haven't played the game yet. So I'm trying to play the game now. So the mod was designed with Dying Light 1 in mind, because I modded Dying Light 1 then I was modifying Dying Light 2 to be more like Dying Light 1, so actually worked out.
Oh wow! So you've spent so many hours modding a game that you haven't even finished yet. That's
Yep.
almost breaks my heart.
Yeah, so that's actually what I'm doing now. So I've actually turned it into like a running joke over the last several months of like, as soon as 1.0 comes out, I'll play it all the way through. And so that's what I'm doing now is doing like a Let's Play Dying Light 2 I Am Legion edition kind of thing. And so I'm actually playing it all the way through now with 1.0. So finally getting it.
Well, I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, thanks.
But yeah, because I was just thinking, especially with the nighttime play in the second game, like these zombies are supposedly desperate for food at this point.
Right.
They should really be hunting you. Like in the second they get a trace of you, they should be desperate.
Yeah. Like vampires.
So yeah, I don't know, man. The game just didn't feel that way when it came out. I don't know if base game they made it feel any better because I haven't tried it again.
Well, I think my favorite video from all of them that I did, I like to sometimes go back to like the original when I first started modding the game. But I think my favorite one, I don't know if you can see where I'm sharing out. But I had all these people come and ask if like I had done something to make the zombies dumber, or like, what I was trying to show with this video, if this was my mod or not, because the zombies appeared really dumb. And I'm sitting there going like, no, this is the base game. Like, this is base, hard difficulty, low level. This is as smart as they get in the game. And I personally have always, any game that I can basically walk around the enemy and never die, I'm immediately frustrated, because it's like, if I can just press WASD and survive, then it's not a horror game. So,
yeah, that's very fair.
But the hope is that at least so which version are you guys using? Are you guys using Ultimate, or are you guys using Survivor?
I started with Survivor myself because I'm a bit of a pussy, but then to play co-op with my friend, I had to bump myself up to Ultimate, and he was right. It's not that bad, and so I stuck with it.
Yeah, I think if I could fix some of the navigation issues in the game, they were never meant to climb in this one. And so you can find at the start of this video, there's places that you can literally go stand that it will just break the zombie AI completely. They don't know how to get you. They don't know what to do.
Oh, and so that happens in my game all the time.
Yeah, so the pathing makes it to where it's kind of easy to get away. So a lot of people immediately are like, Ultimate's too hard, it's too hard, it's too hard. And it's like, well, if you just play with it for a little while, you'll get into the hang of it. You can pretty much figure out ways to outpace them pretty quickly. But it's those little interactions where you actually need to do something, or you're trying to get away, and you have that one little moment where it's actually like the world is actually going to slaughter you, that it's the one redeeming moment that I get. It's like, yeah, it's yes, that moment this world sucks.
Yeah, at no point in a horror game should you be sitting there thinking, you know what? I feel like this is better than the real world right now. Like, it's such a chill day, no scarcity. Like, the zombies, you just walk around them, give them a pat on the back, and move on.
Well, it's always like, all you have to do is step on top of a car. If you just step on top of the car, you're good. But
sorry, in a crowded house.
No, you're good. So did you were you reporting any of the issues? Like, have you run into any issues or anything with the latest version with 1.0?
Yeah, I've run into a couple things. Let's see. Blue Viral being the most memorable and obvious.
I think I got him.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because you said you had to go into all the models, right? And kind of hammer it down zone by zone.
I think I got him. It was just one model that I could never I mean, I got one of them, the one that was showing up in the fog. So I really don't know if these are just super unique blue zombies, but I just ran the map for another hour and I found one in the fog. Thanks to somebody reporting that they saw one in the fog. And if people continue to report the different ones, I'll have to just keep combing. But yeah, I think
Yeah,
I finally got them.
I primarily saw one in the fog, and I saw one in a well, it popped out at me at night in forget what the quarantine zone thing.
Okay, so one of the dark zones.
Not the dark zone, the one where you have to kill the one that sprouts other undead around it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the remnants.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if he was just one of the rooftop ones that heard us and came on over, or something like that. But yeah.
I gotcha. Well, hopefully, I just thought of. I'll just sit here and peek the syntax really quick and just make sure that there's. I did this earlier, but I figured, seeing how he slipped through, maybe I missed another one. But okay. So is the blue virals? Any other issues?
Uh, Off the top of my head, I can't think of not an issue so much as a suggestion
Sure.
that I noticed from switching from Survivor to Ultimate.
Yeah.
Uh, is that inside of that same kind of zones, it's often impossible to complete them just because rooftop virals will come and swarm in the area, and there's just no finishing it at that point.
Yeah.
But
Is
that's
that
about it.
something? Is that something that so I was looking at this earlier. One of the things with the first game is that if you threw a firecracker, it would actually force them to leave you alone. They would go after the firecracker instead. Um, this game, with the sensor balancing that I've done, that doesn't really seem to be the case. If they see you, you definitely outweigh the firecrackers. And so one of the things I could try to do, if you thought that this would solve the problem, is, tools inside the game are really supposed to help you manage inescapable and difficult situations. And one of the things with like some of the things like the Molotovs and stuff like that is that they do okay. But I think a lot of people aren't using them a lot based on like kind of sampling, like how people are using like the tools and stuff like that. So would
Yeah,
you
I'll
say
tell you
that
right now, I
you?
don't use it. I don't use the tools as often as I'm actually trying to force myself to in my second playthrough, be more tactical.
Gotcha. Because that's actually what the mod is trying to encourage, without directly saying it. Is, if there's like
Mhm.
a if there's a point where they're all flooding in, if you hit it with a Molotov kind of thing, does it clear it long enough for you to get away and stuff like that. So having not played the game to the point where I'm fighting the revenants, I will keep an eye on that, because the idea was is that I first for 1.0 I wanted to focus on the core systems that I could
Mhm.
influence to make those a little bit better. And then as I do my playthrough, I'm going to try to see if the game is actually fair. And if I've made things a little bit too difficult to complete and that kind of thing. And so I'll be balancing the game, or at least creating the links in the configuration so that people can
Mhm.
adjust those settings and stuff like that based on, you know, how they want the ideal playthrough.
Now, what I think might be happening from a programming perspective, I think it's the mini chase.
Okay.
I think having a toggle of some kind to disable that while a player's engaging in certain types of night events
Okay.
might fix it.
So with the mini chase is where it's spawning special infected. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you end up getting I got a demolisher in there. I've gotten a goon in there. I've gotten many virals in there. So I think that's what's going on. I within that little quarantine zone. Now, you might want to increase the amount of the infected that thing spawns,
Yeah.
right, to increase the challenge there, but
Yeah.
stop outside undead from interfering with that.
Okay. Well, hang on 1 second. That gives me makes me think. Let me see if. So that's been one of the hardest problems is that if I don't have access to the editor, then a lot of the times it comes down to like you could very easily help with that with like if you had the editor to where you say like no spawn zone. But in order to do it, otherwise you kind of have to have a restricted error area. So what if we go in here and say restrict area? So it's got the concept of a dark zone strictly. It's not going to be the remnant. They're considered corruptors. Corrupt. Yeah, that's a tough one because basically you would need some way of using the logic to determine that you're in that zone. So if they have some logic that's saying they're in the zone, don't do certain systems, that would be easier to tie into than any other time. But what I could do with the mini chases.
Well, there is a sorry to interrupt, but there is a trigger. There is a trigger in there because that's when the health bar on the anomaly, that's what it's called, the anomaly, pops up.
Yeah. Well, they have an event. They have the event system that is triggering the event for the remnant to spawn, and so that's happened.
Well, it's already there from a pretty far distance. I think there is. Because usually, so when I was trying the base game for a very little while, essentially other zombies from outside, like even if a viral frickin' sees you, it will not follow you into this zone. So I don't know if there's something special about that. I'm just trying to think of things that might give some kind of clue, because you know the game's code way better than I do.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I'm trying to think with the corruptors. So one of the easiest thing might be because they have their spawn. I'm trying to think where the best place to go for this is. There's a couple of different scripts here at play, so I'm trying to think what would. So with like the corruptor. The corruptor has activate spawner, and he has corruptor spawn AI as an operator. So he's not calling a zone, he's calling an operator, which is a summon. Oh, interesting. It's even calling like it's calling something to the network, which is interesting. I just saw that as
disabled net synchro. There it is. Had to work it out, but yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're calling that when he jumps. But can corruptor spawn wave? And then basically, the easiest thing to do here is probably go back to the bare bones that's here and then say wave, because I've done this before, or I've been in the file for him, but it's been a while. But basically, if I can find the logic that is doing the waves, then there potentially is a way to say that they're in an event area or something like that. The problem is that I'm using the noise system to do the mini chase. And so now
Well,
that
I thought
sorry, go ahead.
I thought of a band-aid.
What's that?
Doesn't fix the core issue, but you did say that there is a in a dark zone trigger, right?
Yes.
And this would apply as a dark zone. Yes?
See, that's the thing is I don't know if it would,
Oh,
but
okay.
but the and is different because this is the mini chase itself is only well, actually, let me ask you a question. So the screamer is the one that starts the mini chase, or are you talking about? Yeah, because in order to get a demolisher and all that, so a screamer is what's starting that. So are you saying that this is
Wait, no,
something else?
that's the actual chase, like with the chase levels. That's when the screamer gets me.
Because I added that. Oh, you're talking about where I've literally made the waves more difficult. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
I
I'm
mean, I did that.
talking about non-screamer induced.
I know you're talking about with the corruptors. Yeah, with the actual waves. Yeah, it's right here. I was mean. I went in and made the waves more difficult.
Oh, okay. So you threw volatiles in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Well,
think
wait.
the
Oh yeah, I did do a volatile.
all right, I can deal with Crusher, Charger, Demolisher, whatever, but throwing a viral in there is just not cool, dude.
Fine, fine. No, I'm glad I asked because no, it's the literal last stage. So that's difficult for tier 4.
Oh, that happened to me actually like a quarter of the way into the fight.
But I wonder if is there any chance that he ran in from like surrounding area?
Well, yeah, because I've tried this more than once, so it could have happened in different variations of ways.
Yeah.
Because I imagine that that's the way I was originally reporting it is them coming in from the other roofs because I've seen that happen.
Yeah. So you said you're good with chargers, you're good with goons.
Anything except for the volatile.
Okay. I put him as like the last, like the very hardest. This is supposedly like one of the. It's only one of them. It's supposedly the last remnant that you face. Um, so I put him in there. But what I'll do is I'll be equally mean, and I'll do a goon and a demolisher because those two together are really,
they'll wreck.
really mean. Only because one will chase you over the rooftops and one will stay on the ground. Demolisher. Thanks for mentioning that one because that's that was actually what I was thinking earlier. As I was sitting there going like, I wish I had thought that through a little bit more because like with the screamers, it's like, well, hang on, wait a second. How is a screamer inside that zone? Because that's the thing that's stopping the mini chases from getting in there is that there's no screamers, and screamers can't go in there. I don't think they're not supposed to be able to go in there. But now that I've made them be able to climb, I haven't confirmed that. But I will add that as a fix. A lot of these other ones I will leave for now. Nobody's called me on that yet, so thanks for the shout out.
Yeah, if it does get reported, another just I don't know if well no, I'm guessing without modding tools that wouldn't work. Because I was gonna say you could also just put a very thin UV zone surrounding those areas, keep anything from outside getting in as a way to test.
You have no idea. I would love to have the map tools. I would go do all sorts of fun things.
Yeah, with that. See, oh man, they could keep Dying Light on its legs forever if they just release some modding tools.
Absolutely. I am the kind of person that I would sit there and come up with new little bases. I would dig trenches. I would do all sorts of little things to where it would be like 7 days to die kind of stuff to.
Yeah, it would be zombie Skyrim.
Exactly. You know, because you could do all sorts of stuff, and it's co-op, so that'd be perfect.
It's missed opportunity.
Anything else anything else that you can think of off the cuff here?
Not honestly, no. I mean, there's just like little. Oh, actually, yeah. Now that you last one. Uh, I know you've been working out kinks with virals and UV lights and all that goodness. Uh, every once in a while they're bound to get trapped in a corner, but now when they do, they don't die.
Yeah, so that's their UV immunity.
Which also means when they're in the sun, they don't die every once in a while when they get caught out there, like after chasing me out of a building. And then they kind of just creepily walk around in the sun.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem I've had is that one. But the reason I didn't turn that off is that they actually added that. So again, volatiles are not supposed to be in the game really at all. They've just added them. They've added them in through events, but those events were in the base game. Like they were in the original game when it first came out. They just had all of it turned off. They've turned some of it on in the default, but that's still like very rare. And they pretty much just stand around it's the red flare event, so that one is their coded volatile, and they are never really meant to go in the daytime ever until the transition between day and night, and even that I've seen the vanilla ones get all sorts of issues because they've just turned on, they've essentially made them spawn, and they sometimes have issues finding dark zones. I think it's based on the radius that they have around them. But then my system is now making them get interested in noise and sound and stuff like that. So they're coming out of the dark zones and then they're entering in this follow loop, which is
Exactly
annoying.
what it looks like. Yeah.
But I'm wondering if I turn off. So anyway, what I was leading to with all of that is they have a setting in there that says UV immunity that they turned on, that I assumed it was based on a storyline that would make it to where maybe a quest couldn't die or something like that by the sun or the UV by accident. But unless you can think of one of those, maybe I'll be bold and go and turn off their UV immunity. They set that under their base param. Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, I can't really. I mean, other than Waltz himself. Oh, spoiler. I mean, sorry,
No worries.
but other than the dude himself, I can't think of any zombies or virals that interact with the sunlight throughout the story and it, at some point like that.
Yeah, they did this. So the sunlight escape time, last hit reaction. Be reaction initial. Yeah, I've been trying to fight that one for a little while. I think I got it a little bit better. So last I checked, they are actually running back into the dark zones. Is that true on your side?
Well, I notice it mostly like at night, them getting trapped when like right when I get back to a UV zone. They'll get trapped on a corner of a roof or something like that and can't get out of it, and then they'll just stay there forever.
Yeah.
With dark zones, yeah, I've seen them try to make their way back towards dark zones, but they'll give up after a while. Or if something kind of knocks them off course. So if I spot my my handheld UV light at them back when I had it, or they get hit, that'll do it. Stuff like that.
So they just lose their goal of running away from the light.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. That one I might have to play around with a little bit more, just because it's so easy to mess them up even more than what I
Mhm.
have right now. I really had to work to get them to where they're at, but I will add that to the list of things, and I'll keep working on them.
And definitely interested to know what happens if you ever toggle that UV immunity variable in there.
Let's see. Fix volatile during day. Well, I think I was just checking, and I think based on what I was just seeing, I actually turned it off for this last update, so they should be receiving. Let's see, enable death from air hit, UV hit. Technically, based on the values that are in here, they should be dying from the sun. The fact that they're not, what I'll do is I'll go through and confirm that it's not my mod that's causing them not to die. And once I've determined that it's not the mod causing them not to die, I'll see if I can figure out a way to kill them. And then make sure that they're actually dying properly.
Sounds good.
I feel like people are just going to farm them.
Yeah, it's hard to resist because it's like they've killed you so many times, and you just
Oh, yeah,
really
you
want
got
to
to get
see them
back at
sleep.
them for sure.
But anyways, thank you so much again for all the work you put into this thing, man. I really
Yeah, of
appreciate
course,
it.
man. Hey, thanks for letting me grill you there for a little bit.
Oh yeah, of course. Anyways, look forward to watching you again sometime. I'm gonna spend some
Cool.
time with my brothers right now.
Cool, man. Have a good one. Talk to you later. It's nice meeting you.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Dookie. Hey, Tut Tut, thanks for joining. Well, I've got a pretty long list of things here, but this is a hotfix session, so what I just got rid of was the blue viral, hopefully, so no more blue viral. I've been working on the firecrackers and how the volatiles respond to them. So a couple of people reported that they thought it was like giving away their position. So I just had to confirm some things with that. And then going through and trying to improve the dark zones. And then also a couple of other things. Someone found some of my hidden settings for the corruptor waves, so I set up some things for the corruptors to where it would spawn in things like some goons and demolishers and stuff like that. And people were, somebody noted that I added a volatile spawn, so it would spawn a volatile at one of the remnants, and apparently that was a little bit too high tier. So just trying to balance out some things, just some minor cleanups and trying to balance based on what people are experiencing. But it's been pretty good so far. How about yourself? How you been doing? What I'm going to go test right now is I've set up the demolishers. I tried to set them up to where they could climb and be a risk to the player. To do that, I had limited options for the animations or for the AI to use to get them to climb. They've got the devs have restrictions on that for some reason. And so I did set them up as virals, but people were mentioning that they're a little bit too obvious that they're virals. And so what I just changed them to was humans, to see if I could get them to use the human movement animation system. And I'm about to go check out how bad that is. I personally don't like the humans in the game, so as far as their running goes, what is this? How has no one commented on the Discord about obviously a very interesting mural here? It's like sexual reproduction as a depiction. All right. To your comment there, it was a wonderful wedding. Thank you so much. It was absolutely beautiful. It turned out, and we had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for saying so. It was amazing. After many months of planning, that was exactly what we needed, because it was a lot. See if we can go find a demolisher. Let me read yours real quick. Yeah, so I've actually been trying to solve that by removing some of the more obvious ones, and I thought I got it to where it wasn't doing those different encounters anymore. But I think certain ones I don't actually have access to because ones like the bandit that you go down and you kill the bandit or whatever. That is turned off in all of the code that I've seen, um, and he's still doing his thing where he's still, if he dies, you know, they still give points or whatever. So uh, that one obviously didn't work. So I'm still trying to figure out how to get access to that. But thanks for reporting because it's definitely one that needs to be fixed. Because I just earlier when I was playing this, I was receiving, you know, points and stuff like that for killing infected and that kind of thing. Exactly as you mentioned there. You just kind of get credit for doing nothing. And so yeah. I will. I'll definitely add that to the list of continuing to try to find those events. And it's kind of the reward system. If anything, I probably would just lower the reward, so that way, you know, even if it does still give the reward, that's fine. It's just sometimes it gives like, you know, 6,000 experience for essentially doing very little. Okay, I thought I made it outside of that zone. Guess not. Never saw a demolisher. Let's see if we can find one.
Inhibitor container detected.
There's one. Let's go. Yeah. I like his little human walk. He just, it's like, I'm gonna just take a couple of steps. Yep, just upright. Well, obviously, I don't think that's quite the... So I'd have to change probably his walk code or his movement code to where he's doing his run. Yes. Okay. So, let me think how I would pull that off. Hey, the Real King, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Oh, good. I'm good.
Let's see. Yeah, Tut. So Tut is over on the YouTube channel. So I'm not talking to myself, I swear. But yeah, so for the encounters, he was mentioning that basically with the mod, they actually know how to fight and defend themselves. So therefore, they do that really well, and so therefore you receive encounter points for doing nothing because they're actually doing the things that the player is supposed to be doing because normally they don't do those things. So, yes, very ironic. Seeing how you're in the room, basically I'm doing some hot fixes right now. I figured, seeing how I got you, do you have anything to that you would like to see fixed or anything that you've been running into?
No, nothing really.
Well, that's great. Making my job easy.
What type of coding language do you use?
C# mainly.
Uh,
How about you? Are you in-game dev?
no, actually, I started taking this class in coding. I'm starting with Python right now.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think the tools for that have gotten a lot better. I took Python back in like 2008, and it was dreadful. There was like no real reason that you were doing it. It's like you did it because it was one of the languages, and so therefore you suffered like everyone that came before you because it was a language. So I do think that it's gotten the all the different uses for Python have become more apparent. I think that helps.
Yeah.
I've so you said you just started the class?
Yeah, I did. Like,
Oh,
I
okay.
think 2 days ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 2 days. Wow. Okay. Like literally just started. Very cool. Yeah, it kind of depends on like when I first started, I was trying to learn C++ because I was trying to mess around with operating systems and stuff like that because hated the operating system back then, and so I was trying to make things better for myself and write cool projects and stuff like that. And so I think it usually kind of depends on what you're trying to pull off is what you use.
Yeah.
Depends on how much you hate whatever you're working on. Let's see. So if it's not award, it might be reward. Yeah, definitely. So have you been playing the mod for a little while?
Uh, I actually haven't been on the game in like maybe 2 weeks, so
Okay. Been busy with classes?
yeah, I had to finish out with school. Summer break for me right now, so yeah, I have nothing better to do.
I got you. Yeah, I noticed that I've been watching how people have been, or like the numbers of people playing and that kind of stuff, and I think a lot of people are going through a lot of other games right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is the yeah. That not the ones that I'm looking for there. So, with your program, are you in computer science?
So before I decided to start taking coding classes, I was actually in a graphic design course at my school, and
Oh, cool.
after doing it for like 2 years, I just didn't really think it was for me, honestly.
I gotcha. Well, that's design is more my alley. So I'm actually a designer.
Yeah.
Did you so were you like taking the marketing approach kind of thing?
Yeah, it was I can't remember the exact name of it, but yeah, no, it was for marketing and stuff.
Nice. I gotcha. Yeah, I think that would frustrate the hell out of me. So more power to you. It's down to like because it's always the client is right, and I don't know if I could get into the mindset of those clients. Uh, you know, world's kind of changing. Um, Toot, I just saw your message on the YouTube stream. So his question was, when you get a second, would you mind explaining the spawn pools and the mod? I know some added mod specific ones to the file, but I couldn't get any results modifying them. So I can go through like an overview of the. So this is like this one file, this AI preset pool is like the main spawn file. It's massive. It's even larger with all the modifications that I've added, but altogether it's 19,000 lines, 19,600 lines. The vanilla version, I haven't looked at this in a while, so the vanilla one is 13,000. So I've added about 16,000 lines of code there. And essentially some of these things are kind of weird, but essentially everything feeds down to this one script. Can you give me examples of what information would be useful to you, Toot? Because I could probably talk about the frustrations and all the different things with this one file for a very long time. So I think it would probably help to know what you were trying to do specific, and then that way I can kind of mention or talk about how you might be able to do that or things related to that. But I think while I'm waiting for you to respond to that, essentially you have this folder called AI Life. AI Life holds several different files that are taking care of things like the encounters and different spawn systems and that kind of thing. Essentially, the area settings file is what dictates what spawns where in the world. A lot of the frustration that comes from this file is that there's a lot of information in here left over from E3 that is not actually useful at all. And so a lot of these different things that it's talking about in here don't actually work anymore. So it took a very long time to kind of figure out what works, what doesn't work. But essentially, this is where they've dumped all of their different spawn code of what should spawn where and why. So for example, when you go down to like the zone levels, so in here, the zones don't make any sense at all. If you figure it out, please let me know, because that stuff is very confusing. A lot of the stuff doesn't actually work. But essentially, what you do is you go through here and then you say, what is my spawn pool preset? And here we have like infected population day D01. If you go back over to the AI present pool and you search for that, you can find that. So that's an interior. And then inside of that pool, based on the tag easy through difficult. So supposedly these are hooked up to difficulty, but I've also had problems with that because there is no difficulty called very hard. Maybe they're making one here in the future, but it feels like they had to strip that out of the game. And so there's no confirmation that this actually works. I've been trying to test, but I haven't had a lot of success there. Excuse me. talked my voice away. So underneath that, you have an actual pool, which has the preset weight. So you have a zombie, you have a character that then has a name, and then you have a probability of how often that will spawn. Those are also kind of weird. They don't work how you would expect them to work. I feel like this should be based out of 100%, but obviously, if you have a weight of, what is this, 45 to. So if we have like 24 different zombies, then you would assume that all weights out to 100. But I've seen some of these are set to like 200, so that doesn't even make much sense. Sorry, give me 1 second.
No, you're good.
Okay, so we have our preset weighted. Like I was saying, that's not really making much sense. So, because of that, basically, I see your question there too. You're saying if it's possible to make banshees spawn at day and nighttime. Wow. All right, give me 1 second. I have to go get some water. Give me 1 second. If I have a voice, that would be helpful here. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, Toot's question was: Is it not possible to make banshees spawn at day and nighttime? I think that's the question. Is it not possible, even just a demo on how to say make banshees spawn at day and nighttime? So, for example, under this interior file, so this pool is for interiors. It would actually be better to go up above those and actually go to the nighttime, daytime exteriors and nighttime exteriors. You can see here that under those presets, you have a tag that says like rooftop. I've also found that for some reason they've actually disabled all of the rooftop spawners for the most part in the game. I've tried to force those back on, but it didn't work. So I don't know if they're coming out with an update or something like that that's going to turn them back on, or why they turned them off in the first place. But I am ignoring that and just also adding more details here in case those do get turned back on. So you can see here under the rooftops, you have a percentage of 15 weight that a banshee spawns on the roof. Underneath that is the pool that says what spawns on the street. You can see down here under my specials section, you have a 5% chance that a banshee spawns and a 2% on the goons. Some of this is acting weird with the spawner code to where even though you set this to like 100, it kind of like it would be helpful if I could actually get my hands on the actual code that they're using to spawn these things. There's some of it, but it doesn't always appear very straightforward. Basically, the special infected might have spawner tags on them to where for some reason when you do spawn infected, special infected, sometimes they'll spawn, like for example, I could set this to 8 and then for whatever reason end up with like 50 banshees in one area versus I could then go down to 7 and it would have like no banshees in the area. So I've gotten some very strange results, but basically, as you can see, banshees are set to spawn during the day and at night. They're set to spawn higher at night with a bit lower during the day. The banshees will show up more for whatever reason inside of the second city than they do up in Old Villador, but I have seen them occasionally spawn in Old Villador. But again, it's kind of elusive of why the spawner code is working the way it is. They also have a tag for the Howlers. So the Howlers actually, let's see, they're screamers actually in the logic here. So they use a tag called special. When I first started on the mod, I originally put all of the special infected under this tag special, and what that ended up doing is spawning them like times 50 of what you would expect. And I think a lot of that is based on the density settings, and so it's kind of a balancing game. But as you can see here, I've got the screamers set up as special tags, and they're set up as 20%. Right now, using the density code that I have in the config, you can actually go to the density settings in here. We go down to density, and we have this special spawn distance min and max. You can actually adjust this, and it supposedly helps lessen the amount of howlers. So that's why I've removed everything but the howlers. So now, for example, if you wanted less howlers, you could go in here and say like minimum distance is like 50 and max distance is like 120. And so this would help thin out those spawners, or supposedly it's supposed to. I've had mixed results with this. All the code is technically set up correctly. It's working for some of the systems, but not for others. For example, it's working well with the density code, but when it comes to these like special tags, I'm not sure how they're using all of that code because it doesn't seem to follow any normal pattern that you would assume. Like after researching it, I can get it to work fairly well, but it's not always incredibly obvious. Like for example, again, if you went into this AI present pools and you just changed the banshees from like 10 to 11, you may end up with like 5 times as many banshees for whatever reason, and I'm not really sure why that is. So it's a little volatile name, but yeah. So currently you have an event that is spawning volatiles on the roofs. So Toot asks on the YouTube channel if it'd be possible to spawn volatiles on the rooftops. Technically, yes, using that encounter. So there is a volatile encounter that is spawning them on the rooftops. Technically, you could go in there and increase the likelihood of that happening to where you have that one event happening a lot. The challenge with that is that you'd also get that red flare all over the place. But essentially, you could go on here and under the encounters, you have another value that's determining how many of these happen. So you have this max active instances. Technically, you can go in here and set this higher to where you would get more of these guys. The challenge with that I found is that sometimes that doesn't work correctly for whatever reason. It ends up, well, by that I mean if you set this number too high, you can actually end up with like it'll slow down the system. And again, I don't know if that has to do with the fact that it's messing with the spawn density and it's actually tripling the number that you're setting here, or what that might be causing. But I guess my point overall is it does take some time to balance that out correctly. Guess what? Here, I can also increase the amount of encounters for the volatiles now. That was turned off before, so I didn't bother with it. I turned it on, but I left it to kind of a rare case, but I'll actually set that up to 2 now. But I hope that answered everything you were trying to ask there, too. Sorry, my voice decided to crap out on me there halfway through, but... And then I'm also going to go back really quick and test. Someone mentioned that the timing for the human AI for the groups seem like they have this really weird system in there that basically they have a slot system that determines how many AI can do certain things at once. And I've tried to increase those numbers, but there's still some delay with the AI to where they'll just kind of stand there and stare at you instead of attacking, kind of thing. So I'm going to go check that out really quick and just confirm that it's at least working to the level that I think is reasonable. See if we can find a large group of people here. Yeah, one of the things I've been, let's see, time zones are also a pain. Night Suit, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, one of the things I've been looking at and trying to set up is I would like humans to actually be running across the rooftops. That would make me very happy if you had large groups of humans up there on the rooftops running around. But they have definitely restricted the spawns on the rooftops for whatever reason. At least with the dynamic system.
I need to get myself a new weapon and armor for this thing to start happening.
think where I've been in here that has large groups of humans. I knew the survivors have been working pretty well.
Gotta keep an eye on you.
Those PKs better stay out of my face.
Hope you got your affairs in order.
Look how creepy the two-handed guy becomes when walking through these crowds towards you. So maybe this. There's a very large crowd of people here, but they're the survivors. It makes more sense if they're hesitating. They're getting their asses kicked. They're not hesitating.
What was that? Did you hear that?
Now, the return to spawn. That's actually something with the humans that I could fix. Yeah, because I hate that. They went back and they're doing their little animation thing.
I want to be burned to ashes scattered on the street with the rest of my
Makes no sense. Yeah, so, alright, that's something I'm going to fix while I'm here. So, basically, in their behavior trees, they each have this idea of returning to the spawn. I've disabled this for most of the other AI to where instead of returning to spawn, they actually go explore the world. That's why they're actually roaming now. Is that I just basically took the code that said go back to where you started and just basically utilize that call to say actually go do something more interesting than that. It's not going to be in base, it's probably going to be in generic. They don't have a return to spawn. So they've got something else that's saying after they do combat, after they go out of combat, they go back to their Into chase, combat, go to group target, go to last position. So they have one that says go to last position, I guess. Everybody else has the go to start, but they have a go to last. So let's see here. Last. Base, and then chase, which I don't think I have in here. No, I do. Okay, so basically that's because I've turned off their little bark to where they're no longer saying something. And basically what this says is if they've lost their target and they no longer have a high noise priority, chasing, yeah, so this isn't quite it, because this is basically saying if they've spotted a target and if they lose that target, go check out that location. So that's go to last. Say end chase. So after the chase is in progress, after a chase ends, actually, here's a sequence that basically says get the target and is it the player. This could also be causing the target to be switched out with the player, which would be why the human AI will often focus on the player, even though I've tried to set that system up where it shouldn't anymore. So potentially could go through and start to say things like that and actually break the sequence here. So I've never used an inverter before. Player target, chase position, go position direction, retreat position, target, stop, run. I don't think this is it either. So go to last, chase, investigate, search, idle. It's potentially their idle state. This says something like return to idle. I think maybe a faster approach here is we'll open up Sublime, we'll go to AI, behavior trees, go to humans, and type in things like return. Spawn by chase. Interesting. Well, that's a lot of my assumptions kind of shoved aside there. So they don't have return to spawn. They have go to last, but I don't think that's what's causing it. Post combat. Post combat action. Turn angle. Standby. Act investigation. Standby. Your update. One more field that I can try here is, it's gonna put back a lot of stuff here, but yeah, even start policy, because you're gonna have start policies in pretty much all of this. I'm gonna switch back. I want to make sure I get this update out before I get too thick here in the weeds. So we need to get rid of the demolisher stuff. That didn't work. The demolisher is gone. So fix for corruptor. Volatile waves on. Firecracker. On. A lot of people have mentioned that they don't like the color changes that I set up for the mod. It's probably one of the more requested things in here, so I'm going to actually go through and just undo some of that really quick so that people don't have to worry about that. It doesn't really bother me. It's easy to go set that up for myself. But if people are happy with it, then it saves a lot of time to just go fix that for people. Replace. Let's see. Okay. And instead of it's fine. We've got how many lines of code I changed for this one file. Okay, and a couple more changes here, and then I think that should be it. And I'm going to go ahead and release this here this evening, so that way. I think the biggest one is probably the blue viral. I know enough people have mentioned that, but then there's a couple of other ones in here as well that are minor tweaks and fixes that I think might go a long way. But we will see. See if I can find. So let me wrap up here. Here we go. Make a couple more changes here. And a few more changes. Go here. I think I should be able to just copy over large chunks here. And the reason I'm not replacing everything is that the config file actually does allow you to toggle some of the 3D icons, and all of that information is also stored inside this file. So for everyone that's been deleting the file to get rid of the color changes, they're basically also removing their ability to toggle the icons. And so I want to make sure that that's the reason I'm going through and doing this, is so that people are no longer deleting this file, because there's a good chance that it's also causing them to not be able to get access to other things as well. So think that really should be it. So then we have locations file. We color. The last one was the health bars, and so go under here to HUD config. Let's go ahead and test really quick. Well, not. Let's start with that for now. These, I wish I could figure out. Okay. So few fixes today. Basically, all I need to do now is merge these in to the different difficulties. So we'll go back here, merge this in. I like to just double check, make sure that the that the difficulty settings have not accidentally been messed up. Here and here. Okay. And let's go ahead and publish. Go ahead and grab step 3. Survivor. Here. Survivor. different versions. Quick, up here. Here. Okay, guys, I'm going to switch over to doing all the publishing things. Thank you guys for those of you that came in and hung out for a while. I know that was kind of, some parts were not so interesting. Some parts probably were a little vague, but thank you guys for all your questions and helping me figure out, what's the most pressing issues. Thank you guys for all of you that lended feedback of like, what problems you were seeing and that kind of thing. I really appreciate it. And hopefully this latest version will be solid, no more blue virals, and some of those things that you guys have requested, trying to help balance out some of those things. So let me know what you guys are experiencing, and we will start working on the latest update. I think some of those things I added to the release list, things like going in there and changing howlers and volatiles and balancing the system and that kind of thing. Those will take a little bit more time. First, I want to make sure that all the code is clean and that there's no bugs that are slowing down people's playthroughs. So that's what this hotfix was. Hopefully, this helps everybody get one step closer to another playthrough with the mod. All right, thank you guys so much, and I look forward to hearing your guys' feedback. Hope everybody has a good night.